We welcome you to Turner Field in downtown Atlanta, where the Braves try to wrap up their first post-All-Star Game series in the win column with the Philadelphia Phillies providing today's opposition. All year long, Braves baseball is brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors. The right stuff, the low price every day. The Phillies and Cole Hamels beat the Braves last night. Hey, Tom Glavine's fan club is here. Let's see if Atlanta can rebound behind Alex Wood and win the series outright on this beautiful Sunday afternoon for baseball. Hi again. Speaking of Tom Glavine, here he is. I'm Chip Carey. Let's see if Atlanta, Tommy, can win a very important game in the division against the Philadelphia Phillies and take 2 out of 3 and perhaps gain some ground on the Washington Nationals, with whom they're tied. And no secret how they're doing it. The pitching's been terrific the last month.
No, it's been real good. I mean, you're always looking to see signs of the team that's peaking, hitting all cylinders, doing everything they need to be doing. This might be that time. Over the last 26 games, 17-9 record, best in the National League, tied with Pittsburgh. Starters ERA, you see that, 18 of 26 starts have been quality starts. The bullpen's been the best in baseball, and not to mention, on top of all that, they've been swinging the bats, a lot of 2-out runs lately. So all signs are pointing towards maybe this team is starting to hit that stretch where the inconsistency goes away a little bit. They're starting to hit that peak, and it couldn't come at a better time.
That is our Lowe's Never Stop Improving feature, and hopefully Alex Wood will continue to improve as he gets the ball for the Braves in the series finale against Kyle Kendrick. Glad you're with us on a Sunday afternoon in Atlanta. It's the Braves and Phillies lineups and first pitch coming right up. And the Philadelphia Phillies. And as always, Braves baseball on Hyundai Sundays, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealer. Alex Wood strides to the center of the mound for the Braves. Alex is hoping to earn his 7th victory of the season and even his record at 7-7 on the year. Different look for Ryan Sandberg's Phillies starting 9. That's presented by Toyota. Grady Sizemore's red hot, so they're going to ride the hot hand in center field. He'll be followed by Jimmy Rollins, who hit the big homer last night. Chase Utley, Marlon Byrd, Dominic Brown in left. Day off for Ryan Howard. He does not hit lefties well. That's one reason why he's out of the lineup today, with Ashe, Coy Hill, and Kyle Kendrick, the lower third, in Game 3 of the set.
And they'll be facing Alex Wood, left-hander. You see there in 8 games against the Phillies, 1-1 with a 2.86 ERA. So he's pitched pretty well in his career. against the Phillies. Had a tough loss against them earlier this year. Pitched a great ball game there. Lost 1-0, I believe it was, to Cliff Lee. And his 4 keys to success: home cooking. In 10 games at home, 3-4 with a 2.68 ERA. So the record could be a lot better given that ERA, and stay ahead. Opponents are hitting .426 against him with 3 home runs when he's pitching behind in the count. Only .158 when he's ahead in the count. So look for him to be pounding the strike zone early.
And here's the Atlanta defense for the series wrap up. Standard alignment in the outfield: Upton, and Hayward from left to right. Freeman, LaStella, Andrelton Simmons, and Chris Johnson. Gerald Laird gets the start, day game after the night game. And it's hoped that Evan Gattis could be back for the Braves after his rehab stint as early as tomorrow. We won't know about that until after today's game. 2 good crowds here for the first 2 games. 39,000 plus on Friday night for fireworks. We had 38,000 here last night. We'll be pushing 30,000 again today. A lot of fans in the upper deck. And hopefully Mother Nature will cooperate as a gentle breeze is blowing in toward the Philly dugout for Alex Wood.
It was nice of you to turn the heat down this weekend while I was here. I appreciate it.
It's hard to believe it's July in Atlanta.
No kidding.
Well, the weather's cool, but this guy's not. Grady Sizemore's red hot.
I say, let's see if we can figure out a way to get him out today.
And the first pitch of the day misses from Alex Wood. 72 degrees. Beautiful. And a strike for Sizemore. Grady's done good work against the Braves, going back to his days with the Red Sox, and it continues. That one sneaks through LaStella and Freddie Freeman. And Grady Sizemore now has 11 hits against Braves pitching this year.
6 for 9 now in the series, so he's swinging it.
And if he keeps swinging it, he's going to keep playing.
Got a little breaking ball, a little out in front of it, but got enough of it to get it through the diving Freeman and LaStella. So another hit for Sizemore.
So the leadoff man on against Alex Wood to start a game. That's been a weird stat all year. I think he had 5 straight guys lead off the game with a hit against him in his first 5 starts. And the same true today as Sizemore singles to right. Now Jimmy Rollins, the batter. And a big night for Rollins. Every ball he hit went to right. But Tommy, you cursed us. You said hit it over Hayward's head, and Rollins was listening.
Well, I said he needs to go somewhere else or hit it over his head. I didn't want him to hit it over his head, but unfortunately he did.
And that beat Shea Simmons. And that was a milestone home run for Shea Simmons. Did you know that was the first professional home run Shea Simmons has allowed?
I did not know that. Sure, it won't be the last, but wish the first one came in a little bit less of a decisive manner.
And Wood missed up and away to Jimmy Rollins. 2 balls and a strike. Jimmy hitting .244. His lefty righty split's about the same. He's a little better right-handed at .247. But the Braves have pitched him very tough. And he had a good cut. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, he's had pretty good success in his career over the Braves, hitting .270 in his career, but only .195 in 11 games this year. So they've figured something out against him.
Milestone season for Rollins, all-time Phillies hit leader. Most games in their franchise's history at shortstop. And you look up and down their stat sheet. Second in team history in extra base hits, in total bases, in total games, in stolen bases, 3rd in runs, 3rd in triples, 5th in RBIs, most among switch hitters, by the way, and 9th in Phillies history in homers. Wood got him to swing and miss. And Rollins is retired. 1 on, 1 out.
That two-strike back foot breaking ball. Didn't quite get it to his back foot, but took enough off it. Had Jimmy out in front of it. Good pitch.
That'll bring Chase Utley to the plate. Utley 1 for 8 in the series. That hit a 6th inning double on Friday night, and he scored the 4th and final run for the Phillies in that game. Phillies a very heavy left-handed hitting team with Utley and Ryan Howard. Of course, Rollins can switch hit. They're 11-10 this year against left-handed starters. And Utley, a more than respectable job hitting them. 263 average, but that's going to pop towards short. Andrelton Simmons is out and under it. He's got it. Utley's retired. Sizemore still at first with 2 out. And Marlon Byrd's coming up. Couple of hits in the series for Marlon, who, as we told you last night, is second only to Giancarlo Stanton among National League right fielders in homers and RBIs. He's been a very nice surprise offensively for the Phillies. And with the trade deadline 11 days away, one would think he would be someone that may be on the move July 31st.
Yep, you would think there'd be some teams out there that would definitely have some interest in adding him.
Short lead at first for Grady Sizemore. And a little rain starts to fall now at the ballpark. That's up and away. 2 balls and a strike. Braves play Marlin as a pull hitter on the infield, straight away and deep in the outfield. And Wood readies for a 2-1 pitch, and it's popped foul out of play. 2 balls, 2 strikes. It's been a happy homecoming for Marlon Byrd. You might recall he was originally a Phillies draft pick. They took him in the 10th round in 1999. He got to the big leagues for the first time in 2002. Then Marlon was traded to the Nationals for Endy Chavez in May of 2005. Went to Texas as a free agent, then the Cubs. We moved him to Boston, then the Mets and Pirates last year.
Yeah, he seems to be that guy that a lot of teams add late in the winter when they're maybe looking to round out their roster with that veteran guy, or maybe looking for that one more guy that has that veteran leadership. They know they can. It maybe might be that final piece that kind of puts them over the top and makes them feel like they can be a contender. And you know, he's always been that guy that a lot of teams have been interested in every year.
Fly ball center. And B.J. Upton's going to gather that in. And he does. And that ends the first inning. Grady Sizemore singles and is stranded. Braves take aim at Kyle Kendrick on a rainy day in Atlanta when we come back. Braves trying to take 2 out of 3 from the Philadelphia Phillies. That youngster has the best times. Next to you at home, here's our Toyota starting lineup presented by skipper Freddie Gonzalez. Jason Hayward hitting 5th, having a good month of July. He likes hitting 5th, and the Braves certainly, Tom, like the results.
Yes, they do. No question about it. And for the Phillies, Kyle Kendrick on the mound, right-hander. Career Turner Field 4-0, 2.47 ERA in 7 starts, so he's pitched pretty well here.
Sharply hit on the first pitch to Jimmy Rollins, and Upton's out number 1. But there is a very big key in facing Kyle Kendrick, is there not?
Yes, there are. Yes, there is. Get him early is one of them. 24 earned runs in 24 first inning earned runs in 19 starts this year. Opponents are hitting .382 against him with 7 home runs in the first inning. And daydreaming 1-8 with a 5.6 over his last 12 day games. So that certainly bodes well. And first inning, hopefully, or at least the first part of the game, we can jump on him.
Lights are on for Andrelton Simmons, who takes a strike. You at times gave up runs in the first inning. Did you do anything to try to alter your pregame routine to get out of that crazy statistical oddity?
Everything. Started earlier, started later. Tried not to think about it. Eventually, it all just boils down to having a couple games where it didn't happen, and then you didn't think about it anymore.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. I tried not to think about it. Aren't you thinking about it?
Exactly, yeah.
Right? But I like your tongue-in-cheek answer to get it out of the way early, right?
Yeah. They're going to score some runs probably at some point in time, so that's what I tried to fool myself with was, all right, well, we'll get that out of the way.
1 ball, 1 strike. But it has to be frustrating.
Oh, it is, because most of the time there's no rhyme or reason to it. And like I said, I tried everything to try to alter things or do things differently or change my luck or whatever, and it was just one of those things.
High pop, shallow right. Rain's really coming down hard now. And Marlon Byrd is there, and he makes the play for the second out. It's not raining sideways, but it's close.
I saw Ed Mangan go out in between innings to talk to home plate umpire Jerry Davis. Hopefully he's telling him that this is just a passing shower. We got nothing else to worry about, but I don't know.
Well, so far the cover is still on the tarp. That's always a good sign. None of Ed's grounds crew mates have come out to take care of that.
Well, typically if it's raining this hard and there's stuff behind it, you'll see the guys getting ready. The fact that this is here and nobody's really moving around, hopefully that means it's just a quick one.
2 outs for Freddie Freeman, who's looking for his first hit in the series. Freddie at .290, 13 homers, 52 knocked in. Two. Freddie is hitless in his last 3 games, 0 for 12 in that stretch. And he hooks a breaking ball foul where John Mayberry Jr. is playing first base today. Ryan Howard doesn't hit lefties very well. Ryan Sandberg a couple of weeks ago hinted that the Phillies might be moving towards a platoon situation at first base. This today is not one of those situations.
No, day game after night game. Typically, some of your veterans are going to get a break.
But in talking to some of the Phillies people, that is something that may be considered if Ryan Howard isn't moved at the deadline. So maybe a chance to play today. Shift on for Freeman. And now the 2-2 pitch is coming with 2 out. Pitch number 12 of the inning for Kendrick. And it's bounced to the right side. Chase Utley's got it. And no first inning troubles for Kyle Kendrick. He gets the Braves in order 1-2-3 in a scoreless first inning.
The rain is falling here in Atlanta, but baseball's still being played. And this is a very special broadcast, in case you guys are not aware. Tom Glavine up in the booth. Last time he'll be in our booth before he is officially a Hall of Famer. And you guys, as fans, have a chance to get in Tom's head a little bit. Have a question you want to ask him, go to Twitter, @Fox Sports South. Use the hashtag #AskGlavine. Send him some questions. And, you know, if you've got a good question, you might just hear it answered on air.
Whoever's monitoring that, if there's anything from Jack Kennedy, don't look at it and don't even send it my way.
You know that's coming. And I was going to say, that was a great line by Jen. If you want to get in Tom Glavine's head, I don't know if I want to do that. That's a little terrifying.
Well, right now there's probably some room in there.
All right.
During some of those first innings that I was going through, there wasn't much room in there. There's a whole lot of conversations going on with myself.
Dominic Brown leads off for the Phillies. He's 2 for 4 in the series, 6 homers and 46 driven in. By the way, Jen's the hardest working member of our crew today. She's got tough duty down in the dugout, battling the elements like the players too. So we'll look forward to her reports as the day goes on. As Brown takes a strike, it's 2-1. Now 2-2. Popped him up. Simmons drifts out, and he's underneath, and he's got it. Rain has all but stopped, and our Ask Glavine questions are ready to start. We've got our first one lined up and ready to go, so let's get right to it. Our first Ask Glavine question comes from Jerry Stakely. The best prank either played on you by a teammate or that you played on a teammate?
I didn't really play too many. Man, you know, a lot of the ones that Maddox did you can't talk about. Smoltzy got me one time really good that really kind of got under my skin too. I was just talking about this the other day. I was going through a phase where I was not, something was wrong. I wasn't feeling good. I was in the training room 24/7 between starts, trying to, and I don't think I made it out to the bench for an inning for a game for a while. And then when I finally did get up off the training room table and came out into the clubhouse, Smoltzy had taken some white tape and put it on the ground with arrows directing me back to where the dugout was in case I got lost. I wasn't real happy about it.
That's pretty good, actually.
That one was pretty good.
Was there really during your time here, was there a real practical joker on the club? I know Eddie Perez was usually the butt of the practical jokes.
Eddie was the butt of a lot of them, for sure.
Everybody's seen the Tim Hudson scaring him with the Friday the 13th or the Halloween ghost, the Scream from the character from Scream jumping out of the closet.
He was just so easy to get because he was afraid of his own shadow.
Mayberry drives one deep toward left. Upton is back at the fence, leaping try, and he's not going to get it. And if it's not Ryan Howard, it's John Mayberry Jr. A Phillies first baseman is hitting the ball out of the ballpark in Atlanta again. Mayberry's 6th, and the Phillies have struck first.
Well, when you're getting an opportunity to play, that's what you have to do. And if the Phillies are even going to think about having a platoon, the guy that they're going to be putting in there better be doing something. So John Mayberry making his stake to wanting that platoon for sure with that. Change up that cut a little bit, or started out over the heart of the plate a little bit, down and in, and Mayberry dropped the head on it, as we say.
So the Phillies jump in front on the home run here in the 2nd inning. They lead 1-0. But yeah, Eddie was and still is.
Yeah.
A guy that's victimized a lot. That's Cody Ashe. He's down on 3 pitches, 2 out.
Just out of BJ's reach. Yeah, that's one, you know, you hear pitchers talk about things like that all the time where they say, yeah, as soon as it came out of my hand, I knew, and I guarantee you Alex knew as soon as that came out of his hand, it was not where he wanted. We're just hoping to get away with it.
So Woods allowed 10 homers now, and Coy Hill's the Phillies catcher today.
There was one other one that was pretty funny too, though, with Maddox.
Practical joke, that is.
We had gone golfing one day in New York, and we were driving back to the hotel in the city, and Smoltz was driving, and Greg was in the passenger seat. So we were stopped at a red light at a crosswalk, and you know how it is in Manhattan in the middle of the day, where you got 100 people walking across the walkway. Well, Doggy nonchalantly leaned over and laid on the horn, and you talk about some mad people. Of course, you know, he's just sitting there looking out the window the other way like, you know, no big deal. And Smoltz kind of wide-eyed like, I didn't do it.
2-2 pitch popped up out of play, foul. Well, everybody's looking forward to the Hall of Fame speeches, because I think everyone wants to see get a window or a glimpse at the souls of the people going in next Sunday. As Hill loops one over Freddie Freeman's head, that'll drop in for a blue pit with 2 outs, and the Phillies will clear the pitcher Kyle Kendrick here. But that's the one thing everybody says about Greg Maddux, and I wasn't here for much of his Braves career, but Chipper Jones, I think, called him a closet sicko.
Yeah, for sure. Well, that's what I say. I mean, there were so many things that he did that, honest to God, you can't talk about publicly, and you know, but just stuff that, you know, would make you laugh and make you shake your head like, seriously, you really just did that? There's more than a few people that wanted to probably drop him in the day, but I think they knew how that would end up if they did.
Yeah. Well, they say you got to have a lot of little boy to play this game.
Oh, yeah.
I think that may have been written with Greg in mind, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. But that was what was so much fun about, you know, not only what we were doing on the field and the success, but just the fun that we had off of the field. I mean, it was a great group of guys, and especially those 2 guys. For me, it was a blast.
Kendrick puts it in play. La Stella to his right. Hill flip to Simmons, and that ends the Phillies' 2nd inning. John Mayberry Jr. hits a solo homer with 1 out, and the Phillies are on the board in a rainy 2nd inning today.
and Ford.
Tom and Chip with you from Turner Field. Welcome for your first Braves game today. She just saw a home run by John Mayberry Jr. And that's how the Phillies have an early lead today. Friends Multi-Platinum Group Weezer will perform in the Braves Summer Concert Series Tuesday, August 12th. That's brought to you by Coca-Cola and Delta Airlines. Stay after the game for a free concert. Limited VIP field passes are available for the show for just $20 each. Act fast. Go to Braves.com/concerts today. It ought to be a great show. So Justin Upton, Jason Hayward, and Chris Johnson are going to lead things off in the second. No luck against Kyle Kendrick in the first. Confound.
No, but he still struggles in his first 3 innings overall. Those are his toughest 3 innings to get through. So see if they can't take advantage of a little bit of something here. He's had success against the Braves, though. You know, I mean, he's like we talked about 8-3 in his career, despite the fact there's 5 guys in the lineup that are hitting over 300 against him. So individually, there's been success, but beating him's been tough.
I was going to say, as Upton rips one to deep right, Bird going back, still goes back, and it's off his glove and off the front of the Braves bullpen fence. That ball was smashed, and Bird looked like he got a glove on it and couldn't catch it. There's a break. Runner at second to start the Braves' second inning.
Yeah, initially it looked like he wasn't going to get to it. Closed ground on it and had to jump at the last minute and right off the end of his glove. But beautiful swing by BJ. Love that swing going the other way, driving the ball like that, and just off the backside of Marlins' glove. Looked like he might have jumped a touch early on it, but tough play. Good break for the Braves. See if we can take advantage of it. I said BJ. My bad. I meant Justin.
Well, when he hits the ball to right field like that, that's usually, Tom, a sign he's about to go off.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, every time we talk about him getting on one of those streaks, it's gap to gap, it seems like.
Well, Jason Hayward, the hitter. Jason's 8-game hit streak came to an end last night, but he's hitting 8 of 9 now with 14 hits and 38 at bats. And he's not going to advance Upton on that ground ball. Close play at first. And Rollins just did get Jason Hayward by a half step. Jason not happy with the results of that at bat.
No, you want worst case scenario. You want at least, if you don't drive him, man, you want to hit a ground ball to the right side of the infield to advance him. And good read by Justin on that one. Sometimes those ground balls at you are the ones that are a little bit harder to read, and you have a tendency to take off. And caught himself and stayed there and didn't run into an out at third base.
Chris Johnson drove in the lone Braves run last night. His RBIs have been coming in bunches. Chris, the subject of our Yellowwood brand, bringing the lumber.
A lot of fours featured in this one. 405 average with 4 doubles and 4 RBI over his last 11 games. Or I should say in this season against Philadelphia. So you're right. He's been hot against the Phillies, and see if he can keep that going.
That ball's hammered left center field and deep. Sizemore going back, still going back. She is gone.
I'd say that's keeping it going.
Seventh home run for Chris Johnson, and the Braves now lead for the first time.
But second inning's close enough. Giving up a lot of runs and a lot of home runs in the first inning, and a couple more here. Like I say, although not in the first inning, certainly early in the game, which is what you want. You want to go out there and get to him early, and Braves answered the Phillies run with 2 of their own.
So 2-1 Atlanta now for Tommy La Stella. Tommy more than holding his own in his rookie season, batting .292, first in batting average among National League rookies, 4th in hits and 3rd in multi-hit games. Oh, by the way, starting to drive in runs too. He's got 18 of those. He couldn't stop himself. 2 balls and a strike.
Yeah, he's done everything you could have asked of him coming up here to play second base. Done a good job offensively, done a great job defensively.
Out of play, foul. It's still 2 balls, 2 strikes. The rain is all but stopped now, so Ed Mangan and the folks at the Weather Channel had the forecast right. No need for the tarp. Field looks to be in pretty good shape. No standing water or shiny spots on the infield dirt. And no complaints from Kendrick or Alex Wood. To second. Utley from the outfield grass makes the throw to first. LaStella's the second out. And that'll bring up Gerald Laird, the Braves catcher, at 235. No homers, and he's knocked in 8 runs. That missed inside for an even count. Laird's got a 4-game active hitting streak working today. 6 hits in his last 16 at bats.
Always seems to do something to help the team win when he's getting the opportunity to play.
He's made some great throws behind the plate. He's drawn some key walks. He's gotten big hits. He's handled the staff well. He's really been a pro's pro in watching Christian Bethancourt get to the big leagues for the first time. He's really helped the kid a lot. And that ball is sharply hit into center field. He got a hanging breaking ball and didn't miss it. So both 8th place hitting catchers have 2 out hits in this second inning, and both teams will clear their pitcher in this frame as well.
Like I said, a hanging breaking ball. Gerald strided out a little bit, recognized it, kept his hands back, and drove a line drive, 1 hopper through the infield. Nice piece of hitting.
So he's got a 5-game streak. That's 1 game shy of his season high hit streak of 6. Let's see what Alex Wood can do at the plate. He's 1 for 18 as a hitter. No balls, 2 strikes. High hopper out toward Rollins, and he'll make the throw to first, and that'll retire the side. Upton a leadoff double. Chris Johnson a 2-run homer to left center field. That turns the game to the Braves' favor. We're through 2 in Atlanta, with the Braves enjoy a 2-1 lead.
the Georgia Lottery, Toyota, and AT&T, mobilizing your world.
Good start for the Braves. They had Alex Wood and Chris Johnson leading 2-1 after 2 innings of play. Let's get an early start on the trivia question with all the Ask Glavin questions coming up. We'll squeeze this one in early for you today. Our trivia brought to you as always by AT&T Universe. Who are the 3 left-handed pitchers with more career wins than Tom Glavin?
I think I know that.
You better. Come on. I don't remember number 301, 2, 3, 4, or 5, but I sure remember number 300. At Wrigley Field in Chicago, it was just a wonderful day. And speaking of the Ask Glavin questions, we got another one lined up from Billy Allen. What's the strangest thing a pitching coach said to you on a mound visit? We were talking about this yesterday.
Yeah. Again, not one of those things I probably could repeat, but
well, you could once.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of those things are, you come out and you think it's mechanically related or advice related, and Leo was always pretty good about recognizing when you didn't have to. It wasn't about mechanics. It was just about going out there and getting you to laugh a little bit or relax. So I'm sure it was a stupid joke that Leo told, or pointing out some girl in the stands or something like that. Just to kind of get my mind off of whatever things that were going bad.
I mean, everybody who loves baseball, I'm sure, has seen Bull Durham. And again, we talked about this yesterday, the famous scene where Robert Wool comes out and Kevin Costner and Tim Robbins are talking, and they're talking about what to get for the wedding present. And the kid at first base needs the hex on his glove lifted with a live rooster. As Sizemore finally retired on a line out. I don't know, but does that happen as often as that movie portrayed it to be? Those kinds of conversations?
It does, like I said, or like we talked about, not necessarily that conversation, obviously, but, there's a lot of conversations that go on the mound that are well timed in terms of it not being about baseball, because, the guy that's out there his hair's on fire because he's trying to figure something out already. So, you're just trying to add a little levity or get his mind off of what's going on for a second and, just make them laugh. Sometimes the best thing you can do for somebody that's just, like I said, is pulling their hair out, trying to figure something out, is make them laugh.
But there is a subtle amount of timing and I guess understanding of the personality of the pitcher involved. I mean, famous story about Bob Gibson one time. Tim McCarver thought he saw something Bob Gibson was doing wrong. And Gibson, who was one of the greatest competitors in the history of the game from the mound, screamed at McCarver, "What are you coming out here for? The only thing you know about pitching is you can't hit it." As Rollins rolls to short, and he'll be the second out of the inning. I mean, that's got to be tough sometimes, right? You know what's wrong. You don't need somebody coming to tell you that, do you?
No, usually you don't. But, like I say, when every now and then, particularly, whether it be a pitching coach or if you have that mass meeting on the mounds where everybody on the infield comes in, that's usually when it's not a whole lot to do with baseball. You're just trying to get somebody's mind off of something. But you're right, there's an art to it. You got to know your guys, your personalities, and what you can get away with.
Chase Utley with 2 outs. He popped out to short back in the first inning and takes a strike from Alex. Good breaking ball. Utley, a 6-time All-Star, drove in a run with a double at Target Field earlier in the week. And did he go? Yes, he did. A sweeping breaking ball gets Chase Utley. A 10-pitch frame for Alex. And a 1-2-3 inning, a shutdown inning. Now the top of his order will try to add to what is now a 2-1 Atlanta lead in the 3rd inning. pitch of Marlon Byrd. Then Chris Johnson unloaded with a 1-out, 2-run homer as the Braves hit the Georgia lottery jackpot, turned the game around, and continue this month to really swing the bats effectively.
Yeah, continue their hot hitting here in July, and like we keep talking about, the number of hits per game are great, the runs scored per game are great, but don't lose sight of the 2-out hits that they've been getting and the 2-out runs that they've been scoring. To me, that's the big thing. If you can continue to do that, you're gonna stay hot.
B.J. Upton pulls one foul. It's a 2-strike count. Braves 278 average, leads the National League. The Phillies hitting 215 as a team. That's dead last in the National League. Only one team has scored more runs than the Braves this month coming into today's play, and that would be the Chicago Cubs, believe it or not, with 68. What's amazing too is, as you said, the way the Braves are hitting and scoring their runs. They've only hit 6 home runs this month.
Yeah. Well, it's nice to have that in your arsenal, but like we talk about all the time, you don't want to depend on it, and the Braves are finding ways to score a lot of runs without it, which is great.
Some of that success attributed to B.J. Upton moving to the leadoff spot. The Braves are 14-6 since he's taken over as the club leadoff hitter. He's scored 14 runs. He's knocked in 6 in those 20 games. And that's something B.J. Upton can do. If he gets on base, he's a threat to run and can create some havoc on the base paths. So Upton, who had an infield hit last night, is aboard with a leadoff 3rd-inning walk.
Yeah, he just brings a little different element of speed than Jason Hayward when you're in the leadoff position. Jason can run, he's going to steal some bases, and he does all that, but BJ a little bit more of the prototypical base stealer, a little bit more speed. I think forces the pitchers to pay a little bit more attention to him, which certainly sits well for those guys in the batter's box when they're having the attention taken away a little bit. Anytime you get that pitcher to divide his attention and take some of it away from the hitter, it's a good thing.
Upton's career high in steals in the big leagues is 44. He did that back in 2008 with Tampa Bay. This year with the Braves, BJ's 15 out of 20. He's got a good lead here with nobody out. Strike called, even count. That popped away from Mayberry, and Upton's on the fly. He's headed to second, and he'll slide in safely. We'll see who gets the error. Is it Mayberry or is it Kendrick?
Well, Mayberry just missed it. Try to tag him before he had it.
I'm thinking the Mayberry should get the error, and if he does, it'll be 78 innings without an error for the Phillies. That streak snapped as Simmons, a productive at bat. He hit the ball behind B.J. Upton, who got a good jump on contact, and he's at third base for Freddie Freeman with 1 out.
Good job by Anderson and good read by B.J. We talked about when you're that runner on second, anything to your left, you want to advance to that next base. BJ got a good read on that. Good jump. A runner in scoring position with 1 out, or a runner on third with 1 out, excuse me.
Freeman grounded out to second his first time up. The Phillies will bring the infield in, trailing by a run here in the 3rd inning. tells you a couple things. One, they think Alex Wood has good stuff. And two, Ryan Sandberg knows his club's dead last in hitting this month. Can't afford to give up 3. One ball, 2 strikes. Is that a slider or a cutter?
I think it's a slider. Yeah, maybe that was probably more of a cutter there.
Whatever it was buzzing in under the hands of Freeman. And now the 1-2. And he got hit by a pitch. Kendrick tried to go inside again, and he plunks Freeman. There's a break. Now Atlanta runners are at first and third with 1 out, and Justin Upton's up.
Well, he almost hit him on the one before, and Freddie swung at, and as is often the case when you're trying to double up, especially on an off-speed pitch, the second one you tend to try and overthrow, and that one Kendrick held on a little bit too long and got the back knee.
Upton, then Hayward for Atlanta here in the third. Justin doubled and scored ahead of Chris Johnson's second inning homer.
Let's see if he can find that gap again.
That's bounced foul at third. No balls and a strike. As our day continues, we'll keep you caught up on what the Nationals are up to today. They're hosting Milwaukee again. Washington beat up on Matt Garza last night. Shortest National League outing in Matt Garza's big league career last night. He lasted only 8 hitters and got 1 out. And now Justin Upton gets hit. Back-to-back hit batsman Freeman and Upton.
After the double from Justin on a pitch out over the plate, I'm sure Kendrick's thinking, I got to do something to get him off that pitch, keep him honest. I'm sure thinking if he's going to get a ground ball double play, it's going to be something down and away. And after the line drive into the right field gap, like I say, he's thinking, I got to make him honest inside, and that was a little too honest.
Kendrick had hit just 5 batters all year coming in. He's hit 2 in this inning. Now he's got a big mess. Jason Hayward with the bases loaded, 1 out. This is where you love Hayward hitting 5th. Inside. Talked to Jason about hitting 1st versus 5th, and he said, you know, when you're leading off, the game gets to you real quickly. You warm up, boom, all of a sudden, hey, I'm up. Hitting 5th, he said the game just sort of comes to him. He's able to settle in a little bit more effectively. It's come to him now with a 2-1 lead. Bases loaded, 1 out in the third. Kendrick can't find the zone. 2 balls, no strikes.
Well, if you're going to keep trying to pound guys inside, you better find some location. Otherwise, he's going to continue doing what he's doing, either pitching behind in the count or he's going to make a mistake over the plate and he's really going to get hurt.
3 balls, no strikes. He's got to throw him a strike or he's going to trail 3-1. And if he does throw him a strike, he might trail a lot more than that. On bases loaded, walk. So Jason Hayward's 39th RBI scores BJ up. Then it's a 3-1 game. And time for a visit from Bob McClure, the pitching coach. It's all come apart for Kyle Kendrick here in the 3rd inning. A leadoff walk, ground out, back-to-back hit batsman, and then a bases loaded walk. Phillies bullpen starts to stir here in the 3rd inning. Time for our Academy Sports and Outdoors leaderboard. Last 10 days, no one's been more productive in the National League than Chris Johnson.
Had that big series in Chicago. Hit some home runs up there. And he's continued that hot hitting here in this homestand as well, including a 2-run homer earlier in this game. So see if he can add to that total. Got a good opportunity.
Put away, ball 1.
So we talked a little yesterday about the difference between pitching to win and pitching to lose, and that to me looks like the mode Kendrick's in right now. It doesn't look to me like he's trying to attack guys to get him out. It almost looks like he's trying to go after him and not make a mistake.
Yeah, so when you try not to make a mistake, I would think oftentimes it's when you do, right?
Yep. Well, you know, you start making your margin for error really small. You know, a lot of times if you get caught pitching to a hitter's scouting report rather than pitching to your strengths, you know, then that really narrows your margin for error. So, you know, you just got to figure out what it is that you can do well and try and make that the focal point of what you're doing out there.
Line drive right field. Bird is there, however. And his throw to the plate will freeze Freddie Freeman at 3rd base. Johnson hit it hard to right, but he's the 2nd out.
Hit it a little too hard. Got a pitch he could hit. Outer half. Great approach, great swing. Just needed him not to hit it so good. Needed him to get under it a little bit so could get some air under it and get it out there a little bit. Hit it hard right at Marlon Byrd.
So La Stella bats with 3 on and 2 out. And he takes a strike. Tommy's a .308 hitter with runners in scoring position. And an amazing 4 for 5 this year with the bases loaded. Pretty amazing.
That's pretty good for anybody, let alone a rookie.
That caught a corner, a ball and 2 strikes.
See what our Sherman Williams penny in the corners pitch track says on that one. Backdoor breaking ball. Didn't quite get there, but Jerry Davis thought it did.
Coy Hill with a good stop. And the count now even. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Long inning for Kendrick. The Braves have picked up a run without benefit of a hit. 2 walks, 2 hit batsmen. And now Kendrick's gone full to La Stella. Pitch number 28 of the inning. Line drive right center field. That's going to get down and clear it. Look at Hayward circle the bases. There'll be no throw. La Stella comes through with a clutch. Bases loaded double to make it a 6-1 game.
Fastball out over the heart of the plate and up a little bit, and La Stella just stayed on it. Dumped it in the right center field gap, and with the 3-2 count, the runner's able to go. Jason Hayward was just motoring around those bases, scored easily for first. Nice job of hitting, nice job of running, and another big inning for the Braves. And another 2-out hit.
10 doubles for La Stella now. His 5th hit this year with the bases loaded. That's turned into 10 runs batted in. Now Laird drives one deep left. Back goes Brown, still going back. And at the fence is there to make the play. The Braves battered Kyle Kendrick. They scored 4 times on 1 hit. Amazing. We go to the 4th. All Braves 6-1. Special recognition to all of our service members at home and abroad. USAA salutes our armed forces. That was a great night last night here in Atlanta. Military Appreciation Night. We honored the Marine Corps, had a Congressional Medal of Honor Award winner honored in the center of the diamond last night. That was a spine-tingling pregame ceremony. We salute those fine men and women for their wonderful work. And we hope all of the members of our military are enjoying today's game. An unenjoyable bottom of the 3rd inning for Kyle Kendrick, who surrendered 4 runs on 1 hit. Tommy La Stella with a bases loaded, bases clearing double makes it a 6-1 Atlanta game. And this has been the pattern for Alex Wood. When he wins, the Braves score him a lot of runs. When he doesn't, they give him the bare minimum. Today he's got a 5-run cushion to play with.
I'm sure he'd like to find a way to balance those out, but for right now, take the 6 and try to keep it there.
Put that in perspective, Wood has 4 one-run losses as a starter this year for the Braves. He's lost 2 1-0 games. 1 to A.J. Burnett, 1 to Jose Fernandez of the Marlins. He's lost a 2-1 game to Tyler Jordan of the Nationals. His other one-run loss was last time out against the Cubs, 5-4. He's got a big lead. He can just pump strike after strike to these Phillies hitters and see what they can do with it on a damp day. 1 ball, 2 strikes for Marlon Byrd.
Yeah, it's tough sometimes. You get in that mode of pitching in tight games, and you're used to every mistake mattering, and then sometimes you get in a game like this, and Marlon Byrd checked his swing. Sometimes you get in a game like this, and oh my gosh, I got all these runs. Now what do I do? You know, and it's always a little bit tough because you don't want to be pitching where you're trying to be too fine, where you're in a 1-run ball game, but at the same time, you don't want to just be laying it over the plate and letting guys hack away.
I think what you're saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's a learning process to learn how to pitch the score.
It is, absolutely it is. You know, I think in these situations you try to pitch maybe the inner half, outer half, not so much inside corner, outside corner.
But he's got the equalizer and gets Marlon Byrd to swing and miss. That's the first out of the Phillies' 4th.
Got the check swing on the breaking ball before and didn't get the call. Came back with the fastball away and threw it by him. Nice job. That's a nice example right there of changing speed. Soft slider, hard breaking, or fastball.
Kind of like what the Braves have done with the rotation. We talked about that on Friday night. Now things have been altered a bit for Atlanta coming out of the break. For much of the first half of the season, at least when Alex was in rotation, they had Minor and Wood back to back in the starting 5. That's changed. We'll have Julio Teheran going against Miami here tomorrow night. Then Mike Minor goes on Tuesday. So they split the lefties up. Wood and Minor sandwiched outside of Julio Teheran.
Yeah, I think if we can split lefties up in particular, not as big a deal with righties, but if we can split the lefties up in the rotation and maybe split guys up that are a similar style of pitching, if you have the ability to do that, that's always a good thing. So yeah, I agree with you. It gives teams a much different look in a 3-game series.
And to the casual fan, they think, well, what difference does it make? See ball, hit ball, right?
Yeah, but it makes a difference. I mean, look, as hitters, you're constantly looking for an edge. You're looking for scouting reports, and if you can constantly be facing guys that are similar and similar looks.
Now the changeup gets Dominic Brown to swing and miss. That's 5 strikeouts for Wood and 3 in a row.
Here's a look at that strikeout. Breaking ball. And again, starts over the plate, but it finishes down, and you can have that late finish down out of the strike zone. That's where you get a lot of swings and misses.
Mayberry homered with 1 out in the 2nd. Pops one out of play, foul.
Fans, now it's time for you to tweet your photo using hashtag #SouthFanPhoto for a chance to have it shown in an upcoming broadcast. That's brought to you by AT&T.
Does the Ask Glavin tweet have to have a photo along, or is that a separate category? Would you prefer your question to be in photo form or in text form? I guess
text form.
Text form. Okay. Just want to make sure. Oh, and 2 for Mayberry, and somehow that missed his leg.
I don't know how. That's what you call if you're going to miss in.
One ball, 2 strikes. Rain's falling again, ever so lightly. And a fly ball to right. Hayward retreats a step or two, and he's got it. Alex Wood in command. He has set down 7 straight Phillies, and he's got a 5-run lead in the home half of the 4th inning.
Baseball is presented by Georgia Power and Sherwin-Williams.
Cloudy, rainy day in Atlanta, but all sunny in the Braves world, leading 6-1 as Alex Wood leads off the Atlanta 4th inning. Wood, B.J. Upton, and Andrelton Simmons are coming up against Kyle Kendrick. More of the same for the Phillies right-hander this month. Tom mentioned earlier he's 1-1 with an ERA approaching 7 in his 3 previous starts this month. He's already given up 6 runs today.
Just looks to me like he kind of goes back and forth between attacking the strike zone and trying not to make a mistake. Of course, when you get in those ruts where you're struggling a little bit or struggling to win games, just like we talked about, you start kind of pitching to not lose or not make mistakes, and then you're really in trouble.
That's outside, 2-2. The Phillies are going to get a big lift tomorrow. They go home to face the Giants. It's expected that Cliff Lee will return after missing 2 months with a tender elbow. That's going to be a very important start for the Phillies on a couple of fronts. One, when he's right, Cliff Lee's one of the best left-handers in the game. As Wood squirts one out towards second, Utley's going to grab that. And secondly, for the Phillies, if they have any intentions of moving Cliff Lee before the deadline, he's got to prove he's 100%. We'll find out about that tomorrow night. Time for another Ask Glavin question. Let's see what we've got in store for you, Tommy, here in the home 4th inning. From Spitterbuckle, who's the better golfer, you, John Smoltz, or Greg Maddux?
Smoltz was the best, and probably still is, I'm sure. It was usually it was me and Greg against John, so we'd get in his pocket, but low handicap, one-on-one, low score kind of thing. Smoltz was the better of the 3, and Greg and I were fairly even most of the time. I don't know what we are now, but back then pretty even.
No balls and a strike. Do you have a favorite course that you played?
Oh man, we played so many good ones. It's hard to pick a favorite. Augusta obviously was great.
Yeah.
Pine Valley, Pebble Beach, and that was one of the great perks. Is some of the great golf courses we played over the years.
Bouncing ball foul. We've got some video of you 14 short years ago, Tommy, closest to the pin competition.
Swings a lot shorter now than that one. had some time to work on it.
Not too shabby.
Not bad.
And look who's there to.
Good thing I didn't hit him. He was warming up for the game.
He even moved it closer to the pin for you. As Upton's down on strikes. And that's the second out of the inning. Did you guys ever think, obviously you're hitting the ball off a mat down there. We know how great this field is kept by Ed Mankin and his ground crew as a prank. Did you ever think about taking a swing in the foul ground grass just to see what Ed would do?
Yeah, but that was as far as it went because we knew what Ed would do. He would not be happy
He'd
taking up a divot.
pinch your head off, right?
Yeah.
First strikeout for Kyle Kendrick. Now Simmons bats and a bouncing ball to Ashe, who spun his wheels as he charged in from third to make that play. And that'll retire the side. 3 up, 3 down for Atlanta. We head to the fifth. 6-1 Braves lead game 3. We're through 4 innings at Turner Field today. All year long Braves baseball is brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors. The right stuff, the low price every day. We hope you'll take advantage of a great Monday night special. The Marlins will be in town here tomorrow night. Get great seats for a low price with Sport Clip $8 Mondays. Terrace View seats are only $8 for tomorrow and every Monday home game remaining on the schedule. Go to Braves.com/summer to get this great deal today. Little mound and batter's box maintenance for Ed Mankin and the ground crew. Little diamond dry being applied for Alex Wood and the Phillies and Braves hitters. Again, light misting rain has been falling off and on since first pitch. And a little bright sunshine for about 5 minutes before first pitch today. But then the gray stuff has settled in and continues to keep things damp here in Atlanta. But so far so good. No delays, no interruptions, and no major field problems.
Yeah, days like this, it's perfect. Temperatures are down. Good day to pitch. Keep that rain away. We're in good shape.
Here in the Phillies fifth, Ashe, Coy Hill, and Kyle Kendrick are scheduled. Pitching matchups for that Marlins series are set. We've got Tehran and Tom Kohler tomorrow night.
That'd be a good one.
Mike Minor, Jacob Turner on Tuesday, Irvin Santana, Nathan Eovaldi on Wednesday, and then Aaron Harang and Henderson Alvarez on Thursday.
I like that Kohler kid. We saw him, I think he pitched the night after Fernandez threw that gem earlier in the year, and I like the way he goes about his business.
Yeah, they've got some power arms stacked up in Miami. Losing Jose Fernandez, obviously a big blow for them. He's coming back from Tommy John surgery. Hoping he'll be ready midway through next season, if not sooner. Same can be said for that man, Chris Medlin. Saw Chris the other day, says he's got full extension on the elbow, feels great, not cleared to throw yet, but very encouraged by how the elbow feels after his second Tommy John.
Well, baby steps, you know, certainly one of them is getting that range of motion back, so that's good. That's one of the steps along the way, and I'm sure he's looking forward to being able to start playing catch a little bit.
2 balls, 2 strikes to Cody Ashe. And Wood got him to swing and miss. That's 6 strikeouts. And 4 of the last 5 outs in total have come via the whiff.
That breaking ball again. Starts over the middle of the plate, looks like a strike, and then has that late strong finish on it, just disappears out of the strike zone.
So Alex over halfway to his big league strikeout high of 11. That came against the Marlins back in April of this year. Here's Hill, 1 ball, no strikes.
Well, most importantly right now is he wants 2 more outs.
Yeah.
And the weather can do whatever it wants.
That should be one of those 2. A little pop up, shallow center. B.J. Upton's under it, and he's got it. 2 down. And Kendrick will bat for himself. As effective as Cole Hamels was last night, Kendrick has been as ineffective today. Like I said last night, that was one of those games where you really did have to tip your cap. Hamels was electric.
Yeah, you just, from our vantage point, you just sit back and watch. From the players' vantage point, yeah, you know, it's not an easy thing to do, but every once in a while you just got to tip your hat and say, you know what, he was better.
1 ball, 2 strikes for Kyle Kendrick. First full season for that man, Ryne Sandberg. The Phillies skipper took over for Charlie Manuel, and he's seeing Alex Wood carve up his lineup through 5 innings in Atlanta. 6-1 Braves lead. By your local Hyundai dealer. There's a good looking 4-wheel vehicle. Might need that with the rains pouring down here in Atlanta. It's been a damp few days in metropolitan Atlanta.
Could have used the hair last winter. Was that the polar vortex or something we talked about yesterday?
Yes. Snowmageddon is what everybody else remembers.
Yeah.
Yeah, my wife and I were here. We were coming up for our annual Fox Sports South tip-off luncheon. Weather intervened. We were one of the lucky ones. We got stuck off 400 at Peachtree Road. 1,500 yards, took 3 hours, and we considered ourselves lucky. Freddie Freeman leads things off against Kendrick and takes a ball high. 1 ball, no strikes. I mean, the real tragedy, Jen, was that Joe Simpson and I missed out on a free lunch.
Well, you know, Chip, all I can say is, would you say 3 hours that you were in the car? Yeah, I was in there 7, and I didn't get anywhere close to home. Let me just tell you, it's a good thing I had some spare containers in the car. That's all we're going to say about that.
Yeah. Man, oh man.
Yeah, it was crazy. The stories, oh man, nuts.
Yeah, we were staying right downtown, or right in Midtown, I guess, Atlantic Square. And that's a very, very busy intersection for those of you who don't live in Atlanta. On a Monday morning or a Thursday morning, that's packed with commuters and shoppers and people going out to breakfast, lunch, what have you. The site of Peachtree Street by Lenox Square, empty. I mean, you could have fired a cannonball down the middle of that baby and wouldn't hit anything. That was a wild 24, 48 hours. Little roller right side. Utley's got it, and a sprint to the bag by Mayberry, who missed the bag with his right foot but got it with the left. Little tap dance around the pillow. Freeman's retired, and there's out number 1 here in the 5th. I was wrong. He had it. Right foot was on the bag. It was right on top of the bag.
Had too much of it.
Yeah,
that's the one where you know you're in the wrong place, and you're just hoping the guy coming down the line doesn't run up your Achilles. And fortunately for Mayberry, Freddie cut him some slack.
You know, that word is banned in this booth the rest of the year.
Slack?
No, that's never banned.
Oh.
No, Achilles.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah, I heard about it. Joe asked him what happened, and said he got a little carried away in Denver with the thin air and thought he was Dr. J on the basketball court, and it didn't end well.
Yeah, he said he forgot to adjust for the thin air when he went up to dunk. But all's well with Joe Simpson. He'll be back with us tomorrow. And a scheduled break, these 3 games after the All-Star break. So he'll join us for the start of the Marlins series. Good day today for Justin Upton. He's doubled. He's been hit by a pitch. Now he's got a single. He scored a couple of runs already, too. He's getting hot.
Yes, he is. I like to see him using all parts of the ballpark.
Jason Hayward drew a bases loaded walk last time up. Phillies bullpen is working. Hollins is up. They're trying to give the Phillies a few extra innings. Hayward, a fly ball toward left center field. Long run for Sizemore, but he'll get there. And back to first is Upton on the second out of the Braves' 5th inning. Chris Johnson will be the hitter. Let's go down memory lane. We showed this photo earlier this year. Chipper Jones actually had to go rescue Freddie Freeman. He was stuck in traffic for about 7 hours. Chipper got on his, what do you call this, the ATVs?
Yeah.
I think, all-terrain vehicle. Brought Freddie some warm clothes. He said it was right out of the Dumb and Dumber movie. He was just hanging on and freezing. The California kid nearly froze to death. No chance of that today. It's a raining but warm day in Atlanta, with Braves bats are heating up too. It's a 6-1 score. Giancarlo Stanton will lead the Miami Marlins to town for the first of a big 4-game series with the Braves. The Marlins had some high hopes of passing Atlanta in the divisional race, but the Mets have passed them. Miami enters play today. Losers of 6 straight. They're 8.5 games out of first place. And they really struggled on the road at 17-28. Trends we hope continue. 4 games against an Eastern Division foe. And frankly, Tom, another losing club for the Braves before the end of the month. This is a very, very important part of the schedule.
It is. And, you know, don't take that record lightly. You're going to see some good arms. It'll be a battle. But certainly, like we talked about in the open, an opportunity within the division maybe to separate another team out of the mix that you don't want to have to worry about.
Sizemore rips one foul past first. Tell you what, Eddie Sizemore's been a very impressive player for the Phillies. 6 for 10 in this series. And in very limited playing time, hitting over 400 for them.
Well, like we talked about, with all his injuries, everything he's been through, I don't want to see him do anything else today or anything else against the Braves, but everybody else have at it. I'd like to see him get things back on track.
Rain's really coming down now, but it is an official game. We're through 5 and the Braves lead 6-1. Still no sign of Ed Mangan and the grounds crew. The cover's still on the tarp down the right field line. And Jerry Davis comfortable with the way the mound looks, the batter's box looks, so keep on playing through.
I'm comfortable too. Let's just keep on going.
Well, that's the most important. Full count pitch, and Sizemore didn't get it. Alex Wood has 8 strikeouts today.
Sherwin-Williams pitch tracks, fastball, inner corner above the hands a little bit, tough pitch to catch up to. And what I love about Alex today is he's gotten strikeouts with everything. He's gotten a couple breaking balls, some change ups, that fastball in and away, using all his pitches, changing speeds well, and both sides of the plate.
One of your keys for Alex today was to pitch ahead in the count. He hasn't walked anybody today. I can't remember many, if any, deep counts against him where he's been behind. And we're talking about a 270 point average difference between ahead and behind in the count. Well, he's been ahead. Phillies only have 1 run. Only gone to a 3-ball count twice through 5 1/3 innings today.
Well, he must have been listening to the 4 keys.
When you first saw Alex Wood and the Braves drafted him, what were your initial thoughts of him?
Just elbows and knees everywhere. You know, I mean, certainly the kind of guy that more people will tell you why he can't be successful because of his delivery than will tell you that he can be successful. And, you know, obviously for him, it's what works for him. Always liked his stuff.
It's hard to believe. Just a couple short years ago, he's pitching in Athens, Georgia for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, no kidding.
In the big leagues. Pitching effective baseball for a 2nd straight season for the Braves. And I would think that the temptation for any organization to get a guy like Alex Wood, whose mechanics are so unconventional, we've got to change him. We've got to fix him, right?
I'm sure. I guarantee you, and I said this earlier in the year, I think when we talked about it, I guarantee you there's more than one somebody along the way that said, hey kid, we got to fix these mechanics, you know.
Popped up, Hayward in right, and he's underneath, and he's got that very soggy baseball. That's the 2nd out. Rollins is retired. I think that's what Paul Snyder said to the Braves. If you draft him, don't change him, because the reason you drafted him is the way he does things now.
Well, and I think that's the thing. You know, you draft a kid because he obviously has talent, and I think you got to give him a chance at the professional level to see whether or not they can be successful. And if they are, leave them alone. If they're not, then yeah, what can you adjust a couple things to hopefully, you know, increase the amount of success they're having. But You know, he doesn't. The most important thing with him is he doesn't maybe do a lot of things that you would teach mechanically, except the one thing is when he gets in a position to make his pitch, he's in a good unloading position regardless of how he got there.
He's got Utley behind 0-2.
And that's one of the beauties of this game. There's more than one ways to get it done.
One ball, 2 strikes. Braves selected Alex Wood in the second round in 2012. He pitched at 3 levels last year: Mississippi, Gwinnett, and Atlanta. Went 3-3 with the Braves, started 11 games. And he's going to get a ground ball to first. That'll take care of Chase Utley, who still hustles down the line. Love that about Utley, too. 13 up, 13 down for Alex Wood as the Braves come up in the bottom of the 6th inning. Tommy La Stella has the big hit for Atlanta. Bases loaded. 3-run double that broke open the game. It's now 6-1.
On a rainy Sunday in Atlanta, and earlier today Tommy La Stella was talking to me about his first major league hit. Said he felt like that's when he really arrived in the big leagues. That was May 28th. Well, he has just kept right on going since that time. Our SunTrust shining moment, we go back to the 3rd inning. How about a bases clearing double for the rookie? And this guy, man, has he been good with the bases loaded. He is now 6 for 7 in those situations with 13 RBI. Not bad, and he is due up if he gets a chance to hit in this inning.
And that's a big if, Jen, because the skies have just opened up. Ed Mangan and the ground crew now will get the tarp out as quickly as possible, but already some water has pooled out at the deep shortstop position, right on the first base line and right behind the second base bag. You see those shiny spots there. They've played gamely through here for about an hour and 40 minutes or so, but heavy rain has begun to fall. The good news is it's an official game no matter what Mother Nature decides to do the rest of the way. So Kyle Kendrick and the Phillies head back to their dugout. The Braves will wait this one out, and while we have a moment, let's get to a couple more Ask Glavin questions before we send it to our rain delay program. And Cooper Boyd, Tommy asks, who's your favorite player to watch right now in the big leagues? That's a good question.
Oh man, aside from any of our Brave guys, right. I love watching Kershaw pitch. Man, you know, I don't know positionally. It's a good question. I don't know. You know, Mike Trout, certainly, like a lot of other folks, like watching him play, like how he plays the game. You know, former teammate David Wright, love watching him, love how he goes about his business. So those would be a few of the guys.
Good answers to those questions. Thanks, Cooper. That's a good one. Another Ask Glavin question coming up. And that question is, the most devastating pitch is your changeup. Jimmy Moore wants to know how you developed that pitch and who helped you develop your changeup.
I developed it by accident. I was, up until the point that I got that pitch, I was a circle changeup guy. And it was a very inconsistent pitch for me. I was struggling getting consistent with the speed and the location of it. I never really felt 100% confident in it. And one day in spring training in 1991, I was out shagging in the outfield and a ball rolled to me. And when I picked it up and it kind of settled on my middle finger and my ring finger, and it felt really comfortable in my hand. And I thought, oh, you know what? So I threw a couple with it, and I said, I'm going to try that in my next side session, see if I can change my grip to that. So I did, and it felt good, thank God, and it just kind of took off from there. So it was more by accident than anything else.
Isn't that funny how that happens in baseball? Your changeup by accident, Mariano Rivera's cutter almost by accident.
Yeah,
Mariano's going to end up in Cooperstown too.
Yeah, I mean, you just never know, and I think that's that's another one of those great things in this game. You just don't ever know, and you can't be afraid to try different things or try different grips. I mean, as pitchers, you're always messing around with your grips. Oh, let me try this, let me try that, but. Like I say, thankfully for me, that first side session that I threw in, it was good, and then I never looked back.
3 outs per half inning. We've got one more Ask Glavin question. That'll give us 3 for this half inning. When you're giving your Hall of Fame speech, will you do the chop? That's a good question.
That is a good question. I don't know. I hadn't thought about it. I don't know what I'm going to be thinking when I'm up there, to be perfectly honest with you. I think, it's going to be the kind of thing, much like I've tried to relate my experience here when my number was retired. You think all these things, you have all these feelings going into it, and then when you're out there, didn't even scratch the surface. So I'm sure the Hall of Fame's going to be the same way. But I'll keep that in the back of my mind, and we'll see how the day unfolds.
Well, if you don't, the rest of Braves country will be in your stead. It's raining in Atlanta. We're going to send it to some rain delay programming. We'll show you the Fox Sports Salutes the Troops feature as Ed Mankin and the grounds crew have the infield covered up. The official game in Atlanta, and the Braves are officially beating the Phillies. It's 6-1, and Tom and I will be back to update you on the weather conditions at Turner Field as the situation warrants. second inning on a John Mayberry solo home run off Alex Wood. And then a half inning later, Tommy, Chris Johnson continued his home run barrage with a 2-run shot for the Braves.
Yeah, it was a nice answer. Came back, 2-run home run to the left field seats. And then an inning later, Tommy La Stella with a big 2-out, bases loaded double, scored 3 runs. Another 2-out, big 2-out base hit for the Braves. And Alex Wood continued his good pitching of 6 innings of 3-hit ball, 8 strikeouts. All the pieces are fitting into the puzzle again today, like we talked about.
And just as soon as Ed Mangan gets the field in great shape, it starts to rain again. So it's that kind of an afternoon here at Turner Field, where the Braves are trying to polish off the Phillies. I'm almost certain there's no way Alex Wood or Kendrick are going to come back after a delay this long, right?
No, certainly not Kendrick. Alex Wood, I doubt it as well, but we'll see.
So B.J. Upton and the Braves offensive players getting ready, running a few wind sprints, stretching out down the right field line. Jason Hayward out there as well. The Braves are up in the bottom of the 6th inning with La Stella, Gerald Laird, and then the pitcher spot. We'll see who's going to come on and hit when play eventually does resume. Alex Wood retired 13 consecutive men through his 6 innings of work today. So for Alex, a great chance for him to even his record at 7-7. And a wonderful chance for him to run his career mark against the Phillies to 2 wins and 1 loss. MLB.TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, is celebrating 12 great years. Join the millions of subscribers. Watch every out-of-market game live in true HD on over 400 devices. Visit Braves.com for details. I'll bet you we had a whole lot of Ask Glavin questions pouring in as well during the rain delay, so we may get to a few of those before play resumes this afternoon. We'll also take this opportunity to let you know what the Nationals are doing. They are beating Milwaukee 4-3. That game's in the bottom of the 8th inning. Tyler Clippard was on in relief for Washington in the 8th inning. Soriano, you figure, will get the ball for the 9th should Washington's lead not move beyond 3 runs. So it's 4-3 Washington. Here at 6-1 Atlanta. Braves and Nats tied for first in National League Eastern Division play. So, as if on cue, we do have a couple of Ask Glavin questions to get to, Tommy. So let's get to Rachel. And this is a good question. Would you like to coach or manage in Major League Baseball?
I don't know. I mean, I think it's manage. I doubt it. Coach, you know, I think that's something that I would enjoy, but not at this stage of the game. I never, you know, I don't ever want to say never, but I got 3 kids at home that are still pretty young. So until they get to the point where they're out of the house, I don't think I'll even think about it.
Good question and a good answer. Do we have another Ask Glavin question? And we do. And the next one for you, Tommy, is, besides the World Series and your 300th win and your upcoming induction in the Hall of Fame, what's your greatest or favorite moment as a professional?
Well, those are certainly a bunch of them. I've had some great moments, obviously, but my favorite moment, maybe that home run I hit, that one home run I hit. Oh, we happen to have it. How about that? John Smiley, opposite field. Look at that athleticism, Chip, huh? See? Greg told me I had some pop. The only trouble was I didn't think it was going out, especially in that side of the ballpark, so I didn't really have much of a home run shot.
Clarence Jones was trying not to laugh so hard. The Braves hitting coach at the time of your lone home run against John Smiley. Lefty, and the other way. I mean, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, and the hardest part about it was trying to calm my adrenaline down after the home run and go out the next inning and pitch. So that was no easy task.
So Mario Hollins begins to loosen up for the Phillies. He'll have as much time as he needs to get ready. And we had a lot of time to think about our AT&T U-verse trivia question. Name the 3 left-handers in baseball history with more career wins than Tom Glavine, who ended up with 305 of them.
You want me to give it?
Yeah, come on, you know this.
Spahn was number 1,
Yep.
Carlton was 2, and Eddie Plank was number 3.
Let's see if you got it right. Correct. Spahn, Carlton, and Eddie Plank. Anybody on the horizon? I know not in the next 2 years, maybe not the next 5 years, but next 10 years. Anybody that pops out as being a potential 300-game winner for you?
No. And not because of talent or stuff or any of that stuff. I just keep saying the same thing. I'm hard pressed to find anybody in the game right now that I think is going to pitch 20 years. I don't, and you have to. You're going to pitch 20 years to do it, and the way the game is today, I just don't see too many guys lasting that long.
So we're back in action. Mario Hollins will go to work for the Phillies. Kyle Kendrick went 5 innings, 6 runs, 2 walks, only 1 strikeout. A disastrous 3rd inning really sank him, and this is the man that had the big hit. And Stella with a check swing strike, and we're back underway. We delay about an hour and 40 minutes. We'll get the official time for you here in a second. Hour 39 minutes, so I was off by a bit. As La Stella, an even count. And ball outside, 2 balls and a strike. Tommy hits lefties very well. That's something that's really eye-opening for the Braves. And up to 21 runs batted in now, as we told you earlier. Top rookie batting average in the National League. He has the 3rd most multi-hit games amongst rookies in the National League. And he's 4th in the senior circuit in hits among rookies.
Yeah, the fact that he handles lefties so well, huge luxury, and they're going to find ways to get him up there with the bases loaded more often, too.
That's worked out pretty well, hasn't it? It has. 5 of 6 or 6 of 7? Is that number? Stat sheet for you here. Bases loaded for La Stella. Now he's 5 for 6 with 10 of his 21 RBIs. Down the left field line, that'll slice into the seats. And Tommy's still alive here. The Marlins were winners. They beat the Giants today. 3-2 was the final. We'll welcome Miami to town tomorrow night. And La Stella's down swinging for the first out in the Atlanta 6th. By the way, Tim Lincecum started that game for the Giants today. He had a 4-0 run since June 25th. We'll find out if Lincecum factored in today's decision. Here's G-Money, Gerald Laird. Laird's 1 for 2. Hollins missed to him. 1 ball, no strikes. Hollins, a 10th round pick by the Phillies back in 2010. Graduate of UC Santa Barbara. Personal bio sounds a lot like Tom Glavine's. His hobbies: tennis, golf, and fashion.
One out of the 3 I like.
Yeah. He's a big guy. 6'5", 220 pounds. And Laird draws a 1-out walk. You know, you look at the Phillies, and you don't have to beat this horse to death. But with the trade deadline coming, a lot of folks think they're going to try to be very, very active and get this ship back on track. They though went for it 3 straight years, going for another World Series championship. They acquired Roy Oswalt, they acquired Roy Halladay, they acquired Hunter Pence. And Tommy, they traded away some really good players and prospects to get veteran players to get them over the hump.
Well, that's, you know, obviously the game that you're playing. You got to give up good players to get good players, and certainly in the Phillies case, they gave up some good young prospects. And you know, it's always easier to write that off when you're able to ultimately win that championship. When you don't, then some years down the road, when everybody starts to get a little bit older or things start to go a little bit south, then you start looking at the guys you gave away, and that's when the second guessing begins. So
how good would these young players look on a roster? I mean, you talk about Travis d'Arnaud, the Mets catcher. He was a Philly. Kyle Drabek, Chris Singleton, Jared Cosart, Anthony Ghost, Jay Happ, Josh Zeid. A lot of the Phillies prospects are now Houston Astros players. And as badly as Houston has struggled the last 3 years, I think it'd be a fair statement to say Houston's farm system and future outlook is probably a lot brighter than that of the Phillies right now.
Yeah, certainly from that standpoint, the minor league and the prospect side of it.
Jordan Schaefer gets a pinch hit appearance and takes a strike. It's 2-2. Schaefer 4 for 22 as a pinch hitter this year. He takes outside for a full count. DJ Upton's on deck. You might remember Jordan Schaefer when he broke in with the Braves, when his future looked oh so bright. Made his major league debut on April 5th, 2009, and hit a home run in his first big league plate appearance. But then a bad thumb really sidetracked him. He had left wrist surgery in September, and it's been a struggle for Schaefer ever since at the big league level. That's a shame. Back-to-back walks after the Listella strikeout. The lineup turns over to B.J. Upton now. Upton's walked and scored. And he's 0 for 2 in his other plate appearances.
Phillies pitchers have given the Braves some gifts today. A couple hit batters and a walk in the third inning when they scored their runs. Big part of the damage done there. 4 runs on 1 hit in that inning, and now here we are in this inning. Back-to-back walks, and now the top of the lineup coming up.
Missed the inside corner. 1 ball, no strikes. Late swing, and Upton fouled it straight back. Hey, good news in Washington. The Brewers have tied it in the 9th inning. My guess is Soriano was on to try to close it out after Flipper pitched the 8th. We'll find out for certain. Go Brewers, go. 1 ball, 1 strike. Was and is Soriano pitching the 9th for the Nationals. First and second, 1 out for BJ. Good take, evens it up. Way high. It's a full count. Phillies bullpen's been awfully good since June 3rd. They need Hollins to be good here. Philadelphia's down 6-1. A payoff pitch. He is popped over the Braves dugout on a play. We'll do it again. Anderson Simmons waits on deck. Happy fan came away with a souvenir.
Got a nice little scuff on it too. Get that one back.
You would never resort to such trickery, would you?
Not intentionally, but hey, I mean, if you get one back. Told you I got scolded by Grady Little in the minor leagues when I threw one of those balls back one day in a spring training game. Boy, don't you ever throw those back. Okay, Grady.
3 balls, 2 strikes. High fly ball. I've never heard a guy from Boston do a southern accent quite like that. That was pretty good. Long inning for Hollins after an hour and 40-minute rain delay.
Good at bat here by BJ. Spoiled a couple good ones. See if we can get a mistake here.
Consecutive walks, and you're right, Tom. That was an outstanding at bat.
Saw pretty much everything in his arsenal, every spot. Fastball in for a ball, fouled fastball away off. Strike 2, fastball. Laid off a tough slider there. Laid off that high fastball. Spoiled a good pitch there. Spoiled another one. Third one. And finally got the pitch for ball 4. And as much as you want to get hits, obviously that's what everybody looks at. Don't discount that, the quality of that at bat. That was a really good at bat.
Now they're loaded for Simmons. Hamilton 0 for 3 in the game. And Hollins can't find the zone.
Good spot for Anderson to get a big hit, get things going back in the right direction a little bit. Him and Freddie get them going a little.
Ball 2. David Hale will be the next Braves pitcher, it appears. And Simmons took a strike. Anthony Pavaro was also up, so we'll see what direction Freddie Gonzalez goes to when this game gets to the 7th. Anthony just spectating right now. 3 balls and a strike. Another walk. Amazing. That's 4 walks in a row. And the second bases loaded walk earned by the Braves today. That'll bring home Gerald Laird. Simmons with his 33rd RBI, and it's now 7-1.
And you want to talk about driving your manager and your pitching coach crazy. This will do it. Talked about the 4th inning. Scored 4 runs on a hit, had 2 walks and 2 hit batters in that inning. Now after 1 out here, 4 straight walks, walked a run in. That's the kind of stuff that'll just drive you crazy.
Phillies fans are crying in their scrapple today. Braves have out-hit them 5-3. They've outscored them 7-1, and they're not done yet. Freddie Freeman, the hitter. Freeman 0 for 2. He's been hit by a pitch and scored. .32 pitches in the inning, 19 balls. There's a strike. Kind of joked about Hollins and his fashion sense. As Freeman dumps one over short, that's out of reach of Rollins. It's going to drop in for a hit. That'll score Jordan Schaefer. And Freddie Freeman has his 53rd RBI of the season. It's now an 8-1 game.
And it's amazing how when you put yourself into trouble and stuff like this happens against you. With jam shot. Freddie got enough of it to get it out there in no man's land behind Rollins. RBI, another run scored. 8-1 Braves.
Hollins has a sociology degree, but is also attending the Fashion Institute of Design and Merchandising in downtown Philadelphia. His bio says he frequently counsels his teammates on appropriate fashion choices. Phillies would like him to fashion a few strikes in a row. 0-2 to Pastrnak. Keep pinch hitting for Justin Upton. Might see Tyler play the outfield. That's something he was doing down at AAA. Braves would like to see Tyler perhaps as a super utility type player.
Martin Prado type.
Yeah, there you go. But he's down on 3 pitches and strikes out. There's the second out of the inning. And now it's Jason Hayward's turn with the bases loaded. Hayward 0 for 2, but with an RBI. He's up to 39 now this year. See if he can have a good at bat against a left-hander here. One.
This guy's been tough on lefties. 167 against them on the year.
Popped up. Grady Sizemore in shallow center is going to get there. And a 40-pitch inning for Mario Hollins turns into 2 Atlanta runs. He walked 4 men, one of them with the bases loaded, and then a blue pit by Freddie Freeman finished the Atlanta scoring in the 6th. On we go to the 7th. All Braves today. It's 8-1.
Cardinals in the lead, and fans, as promised earlier in the game, we have the AT&T fan photo of the game. Tweet your photo to #SouthFanPhoto for a chance for it to be shown in an upcoming game broadcasting. It's brought to you by AT&T. Hey, Braves in Cooperstown. I like it. Very nice.
Three members of our production team brave enough to wear those giant heads here at the ballpark. Jordan Schaefer checks in. He'll play left field the rest of the way. Justin Upton gets the rest of the afternoon off. And on to pitches David Hale. Chance for David to stretch out, get a few innings in long relief. And he's done a good job in whatever role he's been assigned by Freddie Gonzalez and Roger McDowell this year.
He has, back and forth, and just takes the ball when he's asked to, and has done a nice job. Last pitched in Chicago on the 12th. Went an inning. Nothing across the board. So like you said, it'd be a good chance for him to probably stretch it out a little bit.
Well, your Ford keys on Alex Wood were right on target today. He did not pitch behind in the count hardly at all. He struck out 8, walked none over 6 innings of 3-hit baseball. So Alex in great shape to win his 7th game. As Hale will try to maybe finish this one up with a big lead. If he goes 3 innings, he could get a save today.
Yep, could get a save. Be an opportunity for him to rest the bullpen out there a little bit and get some good work in.
Slow roller by Bird. Wet infield. Who wants it? Simmons. And a long flipped first will be late. And Marlon Bird legs out an infield hit.
That was a good pitch off the end of the bat, and tough play for either guy. We're so used to seeing Anderton makes plays that we think he has no chance on making, and he really had no chance on that one. Marlon Bird gets down the line pretty well and beat it out.
Well, no worries. Dominic Brown will hit into a 4-6-3 double play, and we'll take a peek at Mayberry, we hope. Strike from David. Hale, you might recall, pitched against the Phillies on June 28th in Game 2 of the doubleheader up in Philadelphia. Pitched good ball, 1 run in 5 innings. (2-0), a 2.22 ERA as a starter. 1-2, a 3.91 ERA out of the bullpen. Strikeout of Dominic Brown. Good changeup. I'm sure David will tell you, hey, he's happy to be on a major league roster. Whatever role the Braves need him to fill, he's happy to do it. This guy's a starting pitcher.
Well, he is, and saw that nasty changeup there. It's almost. I agree with you. You get to the stage of the game, you do whatever you can to stay here, but it's almost like he's his own worst enemy, so to speak, in that he's filled both roles so well. So whenever there's that situation where you're in flux and you need a guy in one place or the other, well, you say, well, he's done so well in the bullpen. Let's just put him there, or let's leave him there.
I don't know off the top of my head. Did you pitch out of the bullpen at all in your early days, or you were always
Never.
A starting pitcher?
I pitched a little bit in the minor leagues, but never in the big leagues.
So I can't imagine what Hale's going through. You certainly couldn't either from that perspective.
No, most young guys come up here and they're in the bullpen first, and or I shouldn't, maybe not even anymore, but back when I broke in, it was not the norm for guys to come up to the big leagues, go in the rotation, and just stay there. You pitched out of the bullpen first and worked your way into the rotation, so it was a little bit different in those days. But like you said, it's a catch-22. Obviously, I think given the choice, he would rather be a starter, but he's done both roles very well. And you're pretty much in that mindset where whatever I got to do to stay in the big leagues, but all the while in the back of your mind, you're kind of hoping that you get that opportunity to be a starter again at some point.
One ball, two strikes for John Mayberry. He's the only Philly to score today, a long homer in the second. And he's going to strike out swinging. Hale's got a good fastball today. That baby hummed in at 92 over the inside edge. Back-to-back strikeouts brings up Cody Ashe.
Nice strikeout on the changeup on the first hitter, and then that's just a nasty pitch right there. A little two-seamer, bearing in on his hands, down and in. There's nothing you can do with it.
Couple of strikeouts for Cody Ashe. Some talk in the Phillies papers today about Philadelphia might be moving this kid to the outfield. They really like his athleticism. They have a young player by the name of Michael Franco, who's playing at AAA, and he's been one of the best Phillies prospects for the last couple of years. Franco hasn't hit much this year for Lehigh Valley, but I thought Tommy might be after July 31st. If the Phillies make some moves, get the kid up here, let him learn at the big league level, and jumpstart his career and look ahead to 2015.
Yeah, absolutely. Depending on, like I say, what they do. I'm sure if there's an opening somewhere, they're going to start bringing some of those guys here.
One ball, two strikes. Tapper is fought off, and Ashe will face a 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball is tipped and caught by Gerald Laird after an infield hit. Hale strikes out the next three Phillies. And our game finally moves to the seventh inning stretch. We've seen a little bit of everything today. A couple of homers, a whole lot of bases on balls issued by the Phillies. A long hour and 39-minute rain delay. Terrific starting work by Alex Wood, who went 6 innings, allowing only 1 run. And now, as is always a tradition at Turner Field, it's time for the seventh inning stretch. Timothy Miller is here, and he will perform God Bless America before a big crowd on this rainy Sunday at Turner Field.
God bless America, land that I love, stand beside her. The night with the light from above, from the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans, white with foam. Sweet home.
Braves at Turner Field. They lead the Phillies 8-1. We head to the home half of our 7th inning. Multi-platinum group Weezer will perform at the Braves Summer Concert Series Tuesday, August 12th. That's brought to you by Coca-Cola and Delta Airlines. Stay after the game for a free concert. Limited VIP field passes are available for the show. They're only $20 each. Visit Braves.com/concerts today. Should be a great show. Weezer at Turner Field Tuesday, August the 12th with the Los Angeles Dodgers. That'll be a well-attended series. Dodgers in for 4 games, August 11th through the 14th. Well, that's part of a great homestand. Washington, the Dodgers, and Oakland are the opposition for the Braves.
I'll be working that series. That'll be fun. It'll be fun to watch.
Chris Johnson leads things off for Atlanta. And the Phillies have a new pitcher out there. That's Jake Diekman. A kid that can really throw hard for Philadelphia.
They like him. They're running him out there a lot. 7th in the majors in appearances over the last calendar year of baseball. So since July of last year, 7th in the majors in appearances. Been a busy guy this year.
In the air to shallow right. Bird comes flying in, and he'll get there for out number 1. Mario Hollins had a rough 6th inning. 40 pitches, a hit, 2 runs, 4 walks, and a couple of strikeouts.
Did not really resemble the guy that set a Phillies record for most scoreless inning or most scoreless appearances by a rookie. That's for sure. 40 pitches in an inning is hard to do.
I told you that earlier. That's what happened to Matt Garza yesterday against Washington. He was almost at 50 pitches in the 1st inning, and they decided to get him out. After Washington scored 5 in the 1st. Stella drives one left center field. That ball keeps carrying past Grady Sizemore. That's up against the fence. And Tommy LaStella keeps doing his thing against left-handed pitchers. 2 doubles today for the Braves second baseman, and he's aboard with 1 out.
Nice swing, simple approach, simple swing, ball out over the plate. Drive it back where it came from. Like you said, that ball, Sizemore was trying to gain ground on it, but it just kept slicing away from where he couldn't catch up to it.
Jordan Schaefer on deck for Gerald Laird. Laird walked last time up. Single, a run scored, and a fly out to left. Inside ball 1. Nearly hit it. 2-0.
I don't know how it didn't hit him, but you could hear Gerald yelling up here like, oh. I don't know if he thought it was going to hit him or he was afraid he was going to hurt something trying to get out of the way. Those guys got to be sick of seeing 3-ball counts, that's for sure.
Three balls, no strikes. And another walk. Yikes. Phillies have walked 7 Braves by my count today. They've hit a couple of batters too.
And these are the days when you're the other guys in the bullpen. You figure something's going on. Please don't call my number. I don't want to go out there and be a part of this. There's something in the air today.
After the game, the Phillies head back home. They've got the Giants tomorrow night. Look at the bullpen has a great chance to have an off night tomorrow. Cliff Lee's got the ball for the Phillies. However, it's Lee's first start in a couple of months. Swing and a miss by Schaefer. It's 0-2. And Jordan is retired on strikes. That's the second out. B.J. Upton hits again. Pop fly foul by B.J.
And the fan from Peachtree City with a great catch.
Well, the good fielding in the stands is continuing right along with the good fielding by the team.
Oh, 1 pitch. Away, 0-2 for Upton. Nice stop. Coy Hill with a terrific play and a long hop. Ball and 2 strikes.
Textbook there. When they're that far out in front of home plate, you just try to get your body in a position and hope you block it. You don't know where it's going to bounce when they're that short.
Toward third, Ashe gives ground, and the peg to second is in time, and that'll retire the side. On we go to the 8th inning, all Braves. David Hale back out for a second inning of relief. He enjoys an 8-1 advantage. Again today, they're pummeling the Phillies 8-1 after 7. We invite you to join us here tomorrow night. Game 1 of our 4-game series with the Miami Marlins. Great seats available for a low price with Sports Clip $8 Mondays. Terrace View seats are just $8 for tomorrow night's and every Monday home game in Atlanta. Visit Braves.com/summer to get this great deal today. Julio Teheran will pitch for the Braves. Tom Kohler will pitch for the Marlins. Rainy afternoon in the heart of Georgia. Hour and 39-minute rain delay interrupted things.
Well, and more importantly, it canceled the kids run the bases after the game, and that was not met with very much, what's the word I'm looking for?
Joy, happiness.
Yes, there was a pretty steady chorus of boos when that announcement was made. Guy's on the phone calling his wife, and can you believe it? They canceled it.
Coy Hill with a line drive over short. And let's see who cuts it off. It's Jordan Schaefer. And a long single for Coy Hill. I think they canceled it because that guy caught that foul ball. He might have been the reason.
Might be.
Ben Revere is going to come on and hit. Revere for Diekman here in the Phillies 8th. .291 average for Revere, .312 on base percentage. Boy, he's got a big timing load up mechanism when he stands in the box, doesn't he?
Yeah, he sure does.
But it worked for him on that pitch, and he smacks one into center field, and the Phillies have 2 on with nobody out. Well, you don't want to walk people. Got a big lead. Now the lineup turns over to the top. Philadelphia now with 6 hits. Here's Sizemore. He's 1 for 3 on the day.
Kept them in check a little bit today. First inning single and not much else.
Grady Sizemore was the Red Sox opening day center fielder, and he hit a home run against the Orioles. He had 12 hits and a .571 slugging percentage in his first 10 games of the year, but then things really went south for him. The Red Sox designated him for assignment on June 17th. They gave him his full release the next day, and then 7 days later the Phillies signed him on June 25th. He's played well. He's got a hit today, extending his batting streak to 6 consecutive games. A fly ball pretty well hit to right. Hayward checks for the fence, leaps up and can't corral it. And everybody's going to be safe. A rare misplay by Jason Hayward in right field, and the Phillies have a chance for a big inning now. The bases are loaded for Philly with nobody out.
I wonder how much of that had to do with the wet condition and trying to make sure he keeps his feet under him, and wet track got a little bit turned around. See him going back there, and right here he had to make a little bit of an adjustment. Tough play nonetheless, but again, as good as he's been out there, much like Andrelton Simmons, you expect him to make every play. That was a tough play.
And scored a hit. So 3 straight singles begins the Phillies' 8th, and Jimmy Rollins is the batter. Ball 1. Sixth time this year Rollins has hit with the bases full. He's got 1 hit. Hill at third, Revere at second, Sizemore at first. Little squibber, Hale's coming to the plate for one. Laird's peg to first is perfect. A 1-2-3 double play, just what the doctor ordered.
A little squiver off the end of the bat. Back to David Hale. Good job gathering himself. More importantly, made a good throw. Gave Gerald Laird a chance to complete the double play. Nice job. Like I said, exactly what the doctor ordered.
It's the first double play for the Philly offense today. And now Chase Utley bats with 2 on and 2 out. And low, ball 1. Washington did beat Milwaukee in 10 today. 5-4 was the final score. Soriano blew the save in the 9th. But the Nationals pushed across a game-winning run. The Braves have to finish this one off in the win column to keep pace in the East. Things get tougher for the Nationals, Tommy. They now head west. They've got a big series with the Rockies starting tomorrow night at Coors Field.
Hopefully the Rockies will take care of some business while Washington's out there, and the Braves can take care of the Marlins here.
Low to Utley. 3 balls, no strikes.
Sherwin Williams pitch tracks on that one. Another one's a little bit off the plate, but we'll take it. 3-0. Get the benefit of the doubt a little bit.
Utley drives one to right. Hayward will have no trouble with this one. How about David Hale? He gave up 3 straight singles. A double play ball and a fly out ends the Phillies' threat and keeps them off the scoreboard too. Impressive work.
Authority of the Atlanta Braves and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Atlanta Braves.
Big day for the Braves, beating up on the Phillies again. 8-1 is your score. Atlanta's coming up for the bottom of the 8th inning. Changes for Philly. We'll tell you about that in a moment. First, Fox Sports Supports is proud to collaborate with Stand Up to Cancer, a groundbreaking initiative created to accelerate innovative cancer research that gets new therapies to patients quickly in order to save lives now. For more information, visit foxsportssupports.com. Ben Revere remains in the game. He'll play center for Grady Sizemore. And Justin DeFreitas is on to pitch. He's got Simmons, Freeman, and then the pitcher spot.
For the 28th time, pitch a scoreless inning here on Friday night. Or pitch an inning Friday night, sorry.
A lot of folks wanted to get an Evan Gattis update today. Good work at the plate. He went 2 for 6 with a couple of RBIs and a couple of runs. And that's with a couple of games behind the plate and a DH stint with Gwinnett. Could be activated as soon as tomorrow. We don't know that for sure, or if that will happen for sure. It's been a very difficult decision for the Braves to make. Two balls and a strike. Now 3-1. 3-2. Sunday night game tonight is in St. Louis. Good matchup. The Dodgers and Cardinals. Cardinals will start play tonight. First place in the Central, and who would have thought the best record in the National League. They really gained a bunch of ground on the Brewers before the break.
I'm pretty sure I told you that. I told you guys when they were here they were better.
Ground ball to second, and easy play for Utley. And he made it. There's out number 1. Matchup in St. Louis tonight will feature Clayton Kershaw and Carlos Martinez. Anytime you can see Clayton Kershaw pitch, that's must-see TV. Now, Tommy, he's got 11 wins this year. Remember, he missed a month.
Yeah, he's been pretty impressive.
Kershaw's long consecutive scoreless streak came to an end in the month of July. There's an amazing stat that I'll try to find for you about how dominant Clayton was in that stretch for the Dodgers. As Freeman rips one foul. Kershaw went 6-0 in June. He struck out 61 in 44 innings and still had a ground ball rate of 65%. So when he wasn't striking anybody out, the outfielders could take a night off.
It was a moral victory to make contact.
And he got Freddie Freeman on strike 3. There's the second out of the inning. And 2 are out for Ryan Doumit. Doumit will pinch hit for Hale. David went a couple of scoreless innings. Hale 4 hits, no runs, and 3 strikeouts. And a ground ball is going to sneak past Utley off the tip of his glove. It's a flex out toward Marlon Byrd. So Doumit a first pitch swing and a pinch hit single.
Sinker down and away. Rolled over a little bit, but strong as he is, able to get it through the infield. Another pinch hit.
Now here's that stat I was looking for on Kershaw. His scoreless streak came to an end against the San Diego Padres on July the 10th. During what was then a 36-inning scoreless stretch, Tommy, he had 17 hitters in 17 hitters face him with a runner in scoring position. None of them got the ball out of the infield as Rollins beats Doumit to the bag at second base. And that will send this game to the 9th inning. An impressive day for the Braves offense. 8-1. They lead the Phillies in this series wrap up. head of the 9th inning where the Braves lead Phillies 8-1. David Carpenter's out for the Braves. He'll try to get the last 3 outs. David's pitched a pretty good ball the last couple of times out. Tommy, he's an important part of this Braves bullpen. Good to see him back on the beam a bit after a struggle that lasted about 2-3 weeks.
Yeah, it's good to see him back out there and doing his thing. Certainly his veteran leadership out there adds some more stability, like we've been talking about so much out there. So we can have him, Walden, Kimbrel on the back end, and all of them healthy and throwing well. It's a good situation.
He'll face Marlon Byrd first. Byrd has an infield hit in 3 tries today. And 3 hits overall in the series. Strike 1 out of play. Back to the screen, foul. Mets are in San Diego today. Mets been playing good ball. They were beaten last night. Dylan G had a rough time of it. Padres won 6-0. Tyson Ross got a ton of run support. Padres had scored 5 runs for him in his previous 8 starts. They gave him 6 last night. And today, youngster Odrisamer Despain is pitching against New York, and he's got a no-hitter through 6. And the reason I bring that up is twofold. One, we'll see San Diego at the end of this homestand, but secondly, the Padres do not have a no-hitter in their franchise's history. And they've had some terrific pitchers pitch in San Diego.
Yeah, you think they'd have at least one, but maybe today's the day.
Another cool note from that game. Buddy Carlisle is with the New York Mets. Buddy Carlisle is the last active player in the big leagues. Here's the pitch to Byrd. Hammers that baby a mile toward left center field. Schaefer's on the run. He's gone as far as he can go. And Byrd has hit a leadoff homer off Carpenter in the 9th inning. That cuts the lead to 8-2 now. Marlon Byrd's 19th home run went a long, long way.
A little slider that was a little bit more of a cement mixer than it was a slider.
Here's Dominic Brown. 8-2 your score. Brown's 0-for-3. Back to Buddy Carlisle. Buddy Carlisle is the last active major league player to have been a teammate of Tony Gwynn's with the Padres. One-0 pitch to Brown. Is in at the knees, a strike. Another shot toward left center field. That ball's going to get down and stay in the ballpark. But after a hop, it bounces into the seats. So Dominic Brown has an opposite field double. Rough inning for Carpenter. A homer and a ground rule double.
Trying to go sinker away, and it looked like it was more middle. So a little off of this location here to start the inning.
Here's Mayberry. Mayberry starting in place of Ryan Howard today, and he's done a good job at first. He's hit a homer in 3 tries. And he unloads to straightaway center, but this one's playable. Upton's got it. No advance by Dominic Brown. 1 out. Top of the 9th. 8-2 game. Here's Ashe. Three strikeouts for the Phillies third baseman today. Pop fly slicing down the line and into the seats. No play. Strike 1. This is the last time we'll see the Phillies for a while. We won't see him again until the start of September, when both rosters will look dramatically different.
Whole lot different, yeah.
Minor league call-ups, and who knows what will happen at the deadline. Braves will play the first series at home in September against the Phillies, and the final series of the regular season on the road at Citizens Bank Park. And Cody Ashe has struck out swinging 4 times today. Mid-90s fastball got him, and the Braves are an out away from a series win.
That's just power on power right there, and David Carpenter got the better of it. Just a little bit above the belt. Tough to get up there and get on top of that ball, especially at 95, 96.
So Coy Hill, the last hope for the Phillies, and he's down a strike. Sharp biting slider from Carpenter. It's 0-2. Now what's left of this rain-soaked crowd on its feet. Hoping to see the Braves finish off the Phillies right here, right now. No balls, 2 strikes. Carpenter ready. This time.
Good try. Went up there 0-2. Let him foul it off. Tried to go a little bit higher, and he laid off. See if he goes back to that slider that he got for strike 2.
Missed the inside corner. Carp thought he earned strike 3 with that pitch.
As did I. Sherwin-Williams pitch tracks. Yep. Strike.
Now the 2-2. All is right with the world. Coy Hill strikes out. And the Braves have taken 2 out of 3 from the Phillies. Your final today: Atlanta 8, Philadelphia 2. More productive work for Chris Johnson at the plate. Alex Wood was terrific through 6. And Atlanta maintains a share of first in the East. Back with more in a minute.